Welcome, dear traveler, to Candle by the Sea, a calm space for bedtime stories, peaceful sleep, and quiet moments of relaxation. Before we begin tonight's story, take a slow, gentle breath. Let your body soften, release the day, and allow yourself to fully rest. If you enjoy calming sleep stories and peaceful journeys like this, you're warmly invited to subscribe so you can return whenever you need deep relaxation, soft storytelling, or a gentle path into sleep. Now settle in and let this story carry you gently into a quiet and restful night. The Crystal Labyrinth. Part 1. The Valley of Quiet Arrival. In a quiet corner of the world, far beyond the well-worn paths, and the places most travelers ever think to seek, there lay a valley that seemed to exist just slightly outside the passing of time. It was not marked on any map. No roads led toward it with certainty. And yet, from time to time, someone would find their way there, not through searching, but through a gentle unfolding of steps that felt, in hindsight, almost inevitable. On an evening washed in soft hues of fading gold and deepening lavender, Evara walked along a narrow trail that curved slowly between low hills of pale grass. The path beneath her feet was faint, barely more than a suggestion pressed into the earth. In some places, it disappeared entirely beneath drifting leaves or soft moss, only to reappear a little farther ahead, as though quietly guiding rather than insisting. Evara followed it without question. She had been walking for many hours, perhaps longer, but the passage of time felt distant, softened by the rhythm of her steps and the gentle stillness that surrounded her. There was no urgency in her movement, no destination she could name, only a quiet sense that continuing forward was exactly what she was meant to do. The air carried the faint warmth of the day's last light, touched with the cool promise of approaching evening. A soft breeze moved across the hills, stirring the tall grasses into slow, shimmering waves that caught the light like threads of silver. Evara paused at the crest of a gentle rise. Before her, the land opened slightly, revealing a narrow passage between two curved ridges of stone. The rock faces were smooth and pale, softened by time and traced with delicate veins that seemed to catch and hold the fading light. For a moment, she simply stood there, not because she was uncertain, but because something about the place invited stillness. The breeze quieted as she watched. The grasses settled. Even the distant sounds of the world seemed to soften, as though gently stepping back. And in that quiet, Evara felt it again, that subtle, unspoken pull that had guided her for some time now. It was not a thought, not quite a feeling, more like a quiet recognition, as though some part of her had already arrived here long before her footsteps had caught up. She took a slow breath, letting the calm of the moment settle within her. Then, without hesitation, she continued forward. The passage between the ridges welcomed her with a gentle narrowing of space. The air grew stiller there, and the light softened into a muted glow that seemed to linger against the stone. Her footsteps echoed faintly, though even that sound felt softened, as though the world itself were listening. As she moved deeper between the stone walls, the path sloped gently downward. The breeze faded almost entirely. A quiet hush settled around her, not empty, but full in a way that was difficult to name. It felt held. Evara's pace slowed without her intending it, not from caution, but from a quiet awareness that this place was not meant to be rushed through. The passage curved gently, and for a moment the sky above was hidden from view. Then, gradually, the stone walls began to open. Light returned, soft at first, then wider, and as Evara stepped beyond the narrow passage, the valley revealed itself. She did not stop suddenly. There was no sharp moment of surprise, only a slow unfolding of awareness, like a breath gently deepening. The valley stretched before her in quiet, open stillness. Tall cliffs curved around it in a wide embrace, their pale surfaces touched with soft shades of silver and muted gold. Vines trailed gently along their faces, and patches of moss softened the edges of stone, giving the entire space a sense of quiet age. At the center of the valley lay a wide, still expanse of land, covered in pale grasses that shimmered faintly as the last light of day drifted across them. And beyond the grasses, something else. At first, it was difficult to see clearly, not because it was hidden, but because it did not hold still in the way ordinary things did. Evara's gaze lingered. The shapes resolved slowly, lines of soft light, curving structures, surfaces that seemed to catch the fading sunlight and bend it gently into new colors. The Crystal Labyrinth. It rested within the valley like something both present and not entirely fixed, its walls rising in smooth, luminous arcs that shifted ever so slightly, as though guided by a rhythm too subtle to fully perceive. No sharp edges, no harsh angles, only flowing forms, shaped like light made solid. Evara stood quietly at the edge of the valley, taking it in. There was no sense of danger, no sudden tension, only a deep, enveloping calm, the kind of calm that did not ask anything of her, the kind that simply allowed. She began to walk down the gentle slope into the valley. The grasses brushed softly against her hands as she moved, their tips catching the last light of evening and glowing faintly as though holding onto the memory of the sun. With each step, the labyrinth seemed to shift just slightly, not in a way that disoriented, but in a way that felt almost like breathing, a slow expansion, a quiet settling, as though it were aware of her presence, not watching, not judging, simply acknowledging. Evara's steps remained unhurried. She did not feel drawn forward by urgency, only by a quiet curiosity that unfolded naturally with each passing moment. As she moved deeper into the valley, the air changed. The warmth of the day softened into a gentle coolness, touched by something faintly luminous. It was not a scent, not quite a temperature, more like a subtle clarity that made each breath feel slightly more present. The sky above deepened into twilight. Lavender faded into soft blue. The first stars began to appear, faint and distant, like quiet witnesses to the stillness below. Evara slowed as she approached the outer edge of the labyrinth. Up close, the crystal walls were even more remarkable. They rose from the earth in smooth, translucent forms, their surfaces alive with soft, shifting light. Colors moved within them, pale gold, silver, hints of blue and violet, blending and separating like reflections on water. She reached out, almost without thinking, and let her fingertips hover near the nearest wall. She did not quite touch it, but she could feel something there. A presence, not separate from the labyrinth, but woven into it. Quiet, steady, calm. She lowered her hand gently. There was no need to rush closer, no need to enter. Not yet. Instead, she stepped back slightly and allowed her gaze to follow the gentle curves of the pathways that opened between the crystal walls. They did not form a clear pattern, not one that could be understood at a glance. Some paths curved inward, others seemed to drift away before folding softly back into the whole. And yet, nothing about it felt chaotic. There was a quiet harmony to the movement, a sense that every shift, every subtle change, belonged exactly where it was. Evara exhaled slowly. A feeling began to settle within her, not something new, but something remembered, as though she had stood at the edge of this place before, not in body, but in some quieter part of herself. The light within the labyrinth softened as the sky deepened further into night. The stars above grew clearer. Their reflections shimmered faintly along the surfaces of the crystal walls, blending with the soft inner glow, until it was difficult to tell where sky ended and structure began. Evara stepped away from the entrance and turned slightly, looking back across the valley. The path she had followed was no longer clearly visible. Not gone, just no longer needed. The passage between the ridges had faded into shadow, becoming part of the quiet landscape once more. She did not feel lost, only present, only here. A small rise of ground near the edge of the labyrinth offered a place to rest, and Evara moved toward it without thinking. She sat down slowly, drawing her knees slightly closer as she settled into the soft grasses. From there, she could see both the open valley and the shifting forms of the labyrinth. The world felt wide, and at the same time, gently contained. The breeze returned, soft and barely there, moving through the grasses with a quiet whisper. Evara closed her eyes for a moment, not to sleep, but simply to feel the rhythm of her breath, the calm of the air, the steady, almost imperceptible movement of the labyrinth nearby. When she opened her eyes again, the night had deepened fully. The sky above was clear and filled with stars, their light soft and distant. The labyrinth glowed gently in response, as though reflecting not just the light of the stars, but something deeper, something quieter. Evara remained where she was. She did not feel the need to enter. Not yet. There was a sense, subtle but certain, that the labyrinth was not a place to be approached with intention. It was a place to be entered when the moment was right, and that moment did not need to be chosen. It would arrive on its own. So she sat in the quiet valley, beneath the wide, star-filled sky, with the softly shifting labyrinth resting nearby like a living dream. Her breathing slowed, her thoughts softened, and the world, in all its vastness, seemed to gently settle into a single, peaceful moment. There, at the edge of something unknown, yet deeply welcoming, Evara allowed herself to simply be, and the labyrinth, in its quiet, luminous way, waited with her. Part 2. The shifting paths of light. Night settled fully over the valley, not as a darkness that concealed, but as a quiet presence that softened the edges of everything it touched. Evara remained seated upon the gentle rise, the cool grasses beneath her, and the wide sky stretching endlessly above. The stillness had deepened, yet it did not feel empty. It felt full, like a pause held gently between breaths. The labyrinth glowed nearby. Its light was not constant. It moved in slow, subtle currents beneath the crystal surface, like distant tides or the faint drifting of clouds across a hidden sky. Pale gold melted into silver, then softened into shades of blue and violet, before returning again in a quiet, endless rhythm. Evara watched without trying to understand. Time passed, or perhaps it unfolded. At some quiet, unmarked moment, she felt a shift, not in the labyrinth, but within herself. A soft awareness, a readiness. It was not a thought that formed in words, nor a decision she consciously made. It was something quieter than that, something that rose gently, like the tide meeting the shore. Her breath deepened, and without urgency, without hesitation, Evara stood. The grasses whispered softly as she moved down from the rise. The night air carried a delicate coolness, brushing lightly against her skin, grounding her with each step. The labyrinth waited, not calling, not pulling, simply present. As she approached once more, the crystal walls seemed clearer now, not because they had changed, but because her seeing had. The shifting light no longer felt distant or abstract. It felt familiar, as though it had always been there, waiting to be noticed. Evara paused at the threshold. Before her, an opening curved gently inward, framed by smooth, luminous walls that rose in quiet arcs on either side. Beyond it, the path bent softly out of view, its direction impossible to fully trace from where she stood. There was no map, visible destination, only the path as it existed in this moment. She took a slow breath, then stepped forward. The moment she crossed into the labyrinth, the air changed. It grew stiller, yet not heavy. It felt clearer somehow, as though each breath carried a quiet brightness within it. The sounds of the valley faded behind her, not completely gone, but softened, like distant echoes. Her footsteps fell lightly against the smooth ground, which reflected the faint glow of the walls in soft, shifting patterns. Evara followed the curve of the path. It did not stretch far ahead. Instead, it revealed itself gradually, each step offering only what came next. The walls beside her shimmered faintly, their surfaces alive with movement. Not fast, not distracting, just enough to remind her that nothing here was fixed. As she walked, the path widened slightly, then narrowed again. It curved gently to the left. Then, without warning, it straightened. Evara did not question it. She allowed her pace to remain slow, her attention resting not on where the path might lead, but on how it unfolded beneath her steps. After a time, though how much time had passed, she could not say, the path opened into a small, circular space. She paused at its center. The walls rose around her in a smooth ring, their light flowing more visibly here, like soft currents moving through clear water. The ground beneath her feet glowed faintly, reflecting the gentle motion above. There were 3 paths leading outward, each curved away in a different direction, each equally quiet, equally inviting. Evara stood still. There was no sign to guide her, no difference that marked one path as right and the others as wrong. For a brief moment, her mind stirred, a familiar impulse, the need to choose correctly, to understand, to decide, but the feeling passed almost as soon as it arose. The labyrinth did not feel like a place of right or wrong. It felt like a place of listening. She let her breath settle again, allowed the stillness to return, and then, without overthinking, she stepped toward the path that felt softer, not visibly different, but quieter, in a way she could not explain. The moment she entered it, the other paths faded from her awareness, not gone, but no longer relevant. This was the path that existed now. It curved gently inward, the walls drawing slightly closer as she moved. The light shifted subtly, becoming a little cooler, with hints of pale blue threading through the silver glow. Evara's steps slowed further. There was something here, something delicate. Not a sound, not a presence, but a feeling, like the faint echo of a memory that had not yet fully formed. She continued. The path bent again, this time more sharply, guiding her into a narrower passage. The walls rose higher here, their light dimming just enough to deepen the quiet. For a moment, Evara felt a flicker of uncertainty. Not fear, just a soft question. Where does this lead? The labyrinth did not answer, but it did not need to. She placed one foot forward, then another, and with each step, the uncertainty softened, dissolving into the rhythm of her movement. The path shifted, not dramatically, but gently, as though responding not to where she intended to go, but to how she moved. When her steps were steady, the ground felt smooth beneath her. When her thoughts wandered, the path seemed to curve more sharply, drawing her attention back to the present. Evara noticed this without fully analyzing it. She allowed her breath to guide her. Slow, even, present, the passage opened once more, this time into a longer corridor, its walls more translucent than before. Through them, she could see faint impressions of other pathways, glimpses of movement beyond her own. Not clearly, just enough to suggest that the labyrinth extended far beyond what she could perceive. The sight did not overwhelm her. Instead, it brought a quiet sense of wonder. She was within something vast, and yet she only needed to walk this one path. Nothing more, nothing less. As she continued, the light around her shifted again. Warmer now, hints of gold returning, blending softly with the cooler tones. The air seemed to carry a subtle warmth, like the memory of sunlight held within the crystal walls. Evara's shoulders relaxed. She had not realized they had been tense. The path widened. The ceiling of the labyrinth opened slightly above her, revealing a narrow view of the night sky. A few stars shone through, their light weaving gently with the glow of the crystal. Evara tilted her head upward. For a moment, she simply looked, and in that moment, something within her settled even deeper. She was not separate from this place, not an observer moving through it, but a part of it, just as the path was part of the labyrinth, just as the light was part of the night. Her gaze lowered, and she continued. The labyrinth responded, not in words, not in clear changes, but in a subtle harmony that seemed to meet her step for step. The path curved once more, leading her into another open space, this one larger than the last. At its center, the ground shimmered more brightly, as though the light gathered there with quiet intention. Evara stepped into the space. The moment she did, the movement of the walls slowed. The shifting light became softer, more still. She felt it again, that quiet presence she had sensed before. Not separate, not watching, but aware. Evara closed her eyes briefly, not to withdraw, but to feel more clearly. Her breath moved in a slow, steady rhythm. The stillness deepened, and within it, a realization began to form, not as a thought, but as a gentle knowing. The labyrinth was not changing to confuse her. It was changing to meet her. Each turn, each curve, each subtle shift, all of it was in quiet conversation with her presence, with her pace, with her attention. Evara opened her eyes. The space around her seemed clearer now, though nothing visible had altered. She did not need to understand the entire labyrinth. She did not need to see where it ended. She only needed to remain present to walk, to notice, to allow. A soft breath left her lips. She turned toward the next opening and continued. The path ahead shimmered gently, its edges not fixed, but softly breathing, as though inviting her forward without expectation. Behind her, the space she had just left faded quietly into the shifting hole. Ahead, the labyrinth unfolded, step by step, moment by moment, a journey not toward an end, but into a deeper and deeper stillness. And Evara walked on, guided not by direction, but by the quiet light that met her with every step. Part 3. The Chamber of Living Reflections. The path carried Evara forward in a quiet, unbroken rhythm. There was no longer any sense of beginning or distance behind her, only the soft continuity of each step meeting the next. The labyrinth did not feel like a place she was moving through, but something she was gradually settling into, as though its stillness was unfolding within her just as much as around her. The light along the walls had become gentler, where before it shifted in subtle currents. Now it seemed to breathe more slowly, its colors softening into pale silvers and muted golds, with only the faintest traces of blue drifting beneath the surface. Evara walked with steady calm. Her thoughts had quieted, not silenced, but softened to the point where they no longer led her. They simply passed through, like distant clouds across an open sky. The path curved once more, then narrowed. The walls drew closer, rising higher, their translucent surfaces deepening into something almost mirror-like, not reflective in a sharp or defined way, but in a softened, luminous manner, as though they held impressions rather than images. Evara slowed. The air shifted again. There was a stillness here, unlike the others, not deeper, but more focused, as if the labyrinth itself had drawn a quiet breath and was holding it gently. The passage opened, and Evara stepped into a vast, circular chamber. She paused. The space around her felt different immediately, not because of its size, though it was larger than any she had entered before, but because of the quality of its presence. The walls rose high in a perfect curve, their surfaces smooth and radiant, filled with a soft, living light that moved like distant reflections on calm water. At the center of the chamber, the ground shimmered faintly, as though holding a quiet pool of light beneath its surface. There were no visible paths leading outward, only the one she had entered. Evara took a few slow steps forward. Her breath remained steady, but something within her had become more attentive, more aware. She could feel it, the same presence she had sensed before, but clearer now, not outside of her, not separate, but something that seemed to meet her from within the space itself. She stopped near the center. The light around her shifted, not dramatically, but enough that she noticed. The walls seemed to deepen, their surface becoming more fluid, as though the crystal had softened into something closer to liquid light. Evara's gaze drifted across the chamber, and then she saw it. At first, it was only a faint impression, a movement within the wall to her left, not a reflection of her body. Something else. She turned slightly, her eyes focusing more gently rather than sharply. The light gathered, and slowly, an image began to form. It was not immediate, not precise, but as it settled, it became clearer. A memory, or something like one. She saw a younger version of herself, or perhaps simply the feeling of one, standing at the edge of a place unknown, hesitating, not out of fear, but uncertainty. The image did not speak. It did not move in a fully formed way. It simply existed, held within the shifting light. Evara watched. Her breath remained calm. There was no sharp pull of emotion, only a quiet recognition. The image faded gently, dissolving back into the luminous surface. Another formed. This time, it appeared in front of her, a moment of stillness, of quiet contentment, sitting beneath a wide sky, much like the valley she had just left. The feeling of peace was soft, familiar. Evara felt it pass through her like a gentle echo, not something to hold onto, just something to notice. The image softened and faded. The chamber remained silent, but the light continued to move. Evara turned slowly. All around her now, the walls had begun to shimmer with these soft impressions, each one forming, lingering, and dissolving in its own quiet time. None of them demanded her attention. None of them held her. They simply appeared and allowed themselves to be seen. Evara took a slow breath. She began to walk, not toward any single image, but along the gentle curve of the chamber's center. As she moved, the reflections responded, not by changing more quickly, but by becoming clearer when she was present with them, and softer when she was not. She noticed something then, when her attention rested lightly, without grasping, without trying to understand. The images felt calm, almost weightless. But when a thought arose, when she tried to name what she saw, to hold it, to follow it, the image would blur, its edges dissolving back into the light. Evara allowed her gaze to soften again, allowed the need to understand to pass, and the chamber responded. A new image formed, this one unfamiliar, a path she had not taken, a choice she had not made, or perhaps one she had forgotten. It did not matter. There was no sense of regret, no sense of longing, only a quiet acknowledgement that all things, whether lived or imagined, held their place within the whole. The image faded. Evara exhaled slowly. The realization came gently. These were not just memories. They were reflections of movement, of feeling, of possibility, all held lightly within the space. None fixed, none permanent. She stepped closer to the center of the chamber. The light there was brighter, not in intensity, but in clarity. It felt stiller, more grounded, as though all the shifting reflections around her found a quiet point of rest there. Evara stood within it, and for a moment the chamber grew even more calm. The images slowed, the light softened, and then, gradually, one final reflection began to form. It did not appear on the walls. It appeared before her, not as something separate, but as something deeply familiar. It was her, not as she had been, not as she might be, but as she was now, standing within the labyrinth, still, present, quiet. The image did not move. It did not change. It simply mirrored her being. Evara felt no surprise, no confusion, only a deep sense of recognition. This was not something to observe. It was something to feel. She closed her eyes. The reflection did not disappear. She could sense it still, not visually, but as a presence. Steady, unmoving, real. Her breath flowed slowly, in and out, and in that quiet rhythm, something within her settled even further. There was nothing to reach for, nothing to solve, nothing to become. Only this moment, only this stillness. The labyrinth was not showing her who she had been, nor who she might become. It was showing her what remained when everything else softened, when everything else passed. She opened her eyes. The reflection before her remained for a moment longer. Then, like all the others, it gently dissolved. The chamber returned to its quiet, luminous state. The walls shimmered softly, but no new images formed. The movement had stilled, not ended, just completed. Evara stood at the center, her breath calm, her presence steady. The chamber felt different now, not because it had changed, but because something within her had. The reflections were no longer needed. Their purpose had been simple: to be seen and then released. Evara turned slowly. At the far side of the chamber, where before there had been only smooth crystal wall, a new opening had formed. It was subtle, a soft parting of the light, a path where there had been none. She did not question it, did not hesitate. With one last quiet breath, she stepped away from the center and began to walk toward the opening. As she passed through, the chamber behind her softened, its light folding gently back into the labyrinth's endless, shifting form. Ahead, the path awaited, not brighter, not darker, simply present. Evara continued forward, her steps slow and steady, her awareness clear and quiet. The labyrinth moved with her, not guiding, not leading, but meeting her exactly where she was. And as she walked on, the stillness she had found within the chamber of living reflections remained, not as something she carried, but as something she had remembered, something that had always been there, waiting quietly beneath the surface of every step. Part 4. The Heart That Does Not Ask. The passage beyond the chamber welcomed Evara with a quiet, unbroken calm. There was no sharp transition, no sense of leaving something behind. The stillness she had touched in the chamber of living reflections did not fade. As she walked, it remained, steady and gentle, like a quiet light that no longer depended on what surrounded it. Her steps continued at the same slow, natural rhythm. The path curved softly, as all paths within the labyrinth seemed to do. Yet now, the movement felt even less like direction and more like unfolding. The crystal walls glowed with a subdued radiance. Their shifting light had grown quieter, no longer drawing attention, but resting in a soft, constant presence. Pale tones of silver and warm gold blended so seamlessly that they felt less like color and more like a feeling made visible. Evara walked on. There was no need to wonder where she was going. That question had softened somewhere behind her, dissolving within the quiet clarity she now carried. The labyrinth no longer felt like something to understand. It felt like something to be within. The path widened, then opened, not into a chamber like before, but into a space that felt different. Evara slowed as she stepped into it. There were no walls in the usual sense. The crystal forms rose around her, but they did not enclose. Instead, they arched outward in wide, flowing shapes, leaving the space open above and around her, as though the labyrinth itself had gently stepped back. The sky was visible again, not fully, but enough. Soft darkness stretched above, scattered with distant stars that shimmered faintly through the translucent curves of crystal. The air felt warmer here, not in temperature, but in presence. There was a quiet fullness to it, subtle, but unmistakable. Evara took a few steps forward and stopped. At the center of this open space, something rested. It was not a structure, not exactly. It appeared as a softly luminous form, shaped like a gentle sphere of light, though its edges were not fixed. It pulsed faintly, expanding and softening, then returning again like a breath made visible. The heart of the labyrinth. Evara did not name it, but she felt it, not as a thought, as a knowing. It did not call to her. It did not reach. It simply existed, and in its presence, something within her grew even more still. She approached slowly. There was no hesitation, no anticipation, only a quiet alignment between her movement and the soft rhythm of the space. With each step, the gentle pulsing of the light seemed to meet her breath, not guiding, not controlling, but resonating, as though the two were simply noticing each other. Evara stopped a short distance away. The light before her expanded slightly, then softened again. Its glow was not bright. It did not overwhelm. It held a quiet clarity, like the first light of dawn or the last light of evening, something that did not demand attention, yet could not be ignored. She stood in silence. There was nothing to ask. No question formed in her mind. And in that absence, something subtle revealed itself. The labyrinth had never asked anything of her, not her thoughts, not her understanding, not her direction. It had simply responded to her presence, to her stillness, to her willingness to move without force. Evara felt her breath deepen. The quiet realization settled without effort. She had come here without seeking, walked without needing to arrive, seen without needing to hold. And now she stood before something that reflected that same quiet truth. The heart did not ask. It did not offer answers. It did not promise change. It simply was. And in its presence, she could feel something within herself that was the same. Unmoving, unquestioning, whole. Evara stepped closer. The light responded, not by growing stronger, but by becoming clearer, as though its surface had softened into something more transparent. She could sense it now more deeply, not as an object, but as a field of quiet awareness. There was no boundary between where it ended and where she began, only a gentle meeting. She closed her eyes. The world did not disappear. It remained, felt rather than seen. The slow pulse of the light, the calm rhythm of her breath, the quiet openness of the space around her. There was no separation between them, no need to define what was within and what was beyond. Everything rested together. In that stillness, something subtle shifted, not in the labyrinth, not in the light, but in the way she experienced them. The sense of walking toward something dissolved. There was no longer a path to follow, no movement toward, only presence. The heart did not give her anything. It did not take anything away. And yet something had changed, not added, not removed, but revealed, a quiet completeness that had never been absent, only unnoticed. Her breath moved slowly, evenly, and for a moment that did not feel like a moment at all. She remained there, without thought, without intention, without the need to continue or to stay. There was no difference between those two. Time passed, or perhaps it stilled. Eventually, her eyes opened. The light before her remained unchanged, still pulsing softly, still present, still not asking. Evara did not feel the need to reach toward it, did not feel the need to remain. There was no sense of holding on, no sense of leaving, only a quiet understanding that this presence was not contained within the labyrinth. It had never been. It was simply easier to notice here. Her gaze softened. She took a slow step back. The space did not change. The light did not follow. It did not need to. Another step. The distance between her and the heart grew, but the feeling did not fade. It remained steady, quiet, whole. Evara turned gently. Behind her, the labyrinth opened once more into a path, not newly formed, simply revealed, as though it had always been there, waiting for her to notice. She did not look back immediately. There was no need to confirm what she had seen, what she had felt. It was not something that could be lost. After a moment, she began to walk. Her steps were the same as before, slow, soft, unhurried, but something within them had changed. There was no longer even the subtle sense of following, no sense of moving through something unknown. The labyrinth no longer felt like a place she was exploring. It felt like a quiet reflection of something already complete. The crystal walls returned, curving gently around the path. Their light remained soft, but now it seemed even more transparent, as though it no longer needed to be noticed in the same way. Evara walked on. The path did not twist as much now, or perhaps she simply did not perceive it that way. There were still curves, still gentle turns, but they did not feel like changes in direction, only continuations. The air grew slightly cooler. The distant hint of the valley began to return, not as a sound, but as a subtle openness in the space ahead. Evara felt it, not as anticipation, just as awareness. She had reached something, not an end, but a quiet center. And now, the labyrinth was no longer holding her in the same way. It was opening, releasing, not because she had completed anything, but because there was nothing to complete. The path widened further. The walls lowered. The sky above became clearer. Stars stretched wide across the night once more. Evara's breath remained steady. The stillness remained. Nothing had been added to her. Nothing needed to be carried. And yet, everything felt lighter, simpler, as though the quiet she had touched was now woven into each step, each breath, each moment of awareness. She continued forward. The labyrinth slowly receded behind her, not disappearing, but softening into the quiet landscape of the valley beyond. And as she walked, there was no sense of leaving it, because what it had revealed had never belonged to the labyrinth alone. It had always been within her, unmoving, unasking, whole. And in that quiet knowing, Evara stepped onward into the open night. Part 5. The Path That Leads Home. The open night received Evara without transition. There was no clear moment when the labyrinth ended and the valley began again. The crystal walls had softened behind her, their luminous forms dissolving into the quiet landscape as though they had never been separate from it at all. Before her, the valley stretched wide, and still, beneath a sky filled with distant stars, the grasses moved gently in the night breeze, their soft whispers returning like a familiar voice, unchanged, yet heard differently now. Evara walked forward. Her steps were as they had always been, slow, steady, unhurried. But there was no longer a sense of moving toward something. No quiet question waiting beneath her breath. Only presence. Only the simple rhythm of walking. The rise where she had once rested lay ahead, faintly visible in the soft light of the stars. She recognized it without needing to look closely, not as a place she had left, but as a place that had always been part of the same stillness she now carried. As she moved through the grasses, they brushed lightly against her hands once more, catching the starlight in quiet, shimmering threads. The air was cool, yet gentle. Nothing resisted her passage. Nothing held her back. Nothing urged her forward. She reached the small rise and paused, not because she needed to stop, but because stillness came naturally. Evara turned slightly and looked back. The valley lay open and calm, and at its center, where the Crystal Labyrinth had stood, there was now only a faint, luminous presence. Not a structure, not clearly defined, just a soft gathering of light, like the memory of something rather than its form. It shimmered gently, then softened further, blending into the night, until it became indistinguishable from the quiet glow of the world itself. Evara did not feel that anything had disappeared. There was no sense of loss. The labyrinth had not been something to keep. It had never belonged to her. It had simply been a place where something had been seen, and what had been seen did not fade. She turned back toward the open land. The path she had once followed was visible again, though faint, as before. It curved gently between the low hills, its direction soft and unforced. Evara stepped forward. There was no need to choose. Her feet found the path as naturally as breath returns after stillness. She walked. The night remained quiet. The stars above held their steady, distant light, and the valley, which had once felt like a place apart from the world, now felt no different from any other. Or perhaps everything now felt like the valley, the same quiet openness, the same gentle presence, the same sense of being held without being contained. Evara's breath moved slowly, evenly. There was no weight in her thoughts, no lingering questions, only a quiet clarity that did not need to be explained. The path curved between the hills once more, leading her gradually upward. The stone ridges she had passed before appeared again, their pale surfaces faint in the starlight. They did not feel like a boundary now, only a continuation. She walked between them. The space narrowed briefly, the air growing stiller for a few steps, just as it had when she first arrived. But this time, there was no sense of entering something unknown, only the gentle recognition of a passage. The stones held the night quietly. Their surfaces caught faint glimmers of starlight, reflecting it in soft, muted tones. Evara's footsteps echoed lightly, then softened, then blended into silence once more. She moved through the passage, and slowly the space began to open again. Beyond the ridges, the world stretched outward. The valley fell behind her, and ahead, the land unfolded in quiet, familiar forms, low hills, open sky, the suggestion of distant paths that led far beyond what could be seen. Evara stepped forward into that openness. She did not stop. There was no reason to. And yet, something within her marked the moment, not as an ending, but as a gentle shift. The place she had entered unknowingly, the labyrinth she had walked without seeking, the stillness she had touched without effort, None of it felt separate now. None of it felt like something left behind. It had not been a destination. It had been a reflection. The path beneath her feet continued, as all paths do. But now, there was no sense that it would lead her away from anything, because there was nowhere to go that would take her farther from what she had found. The quiet remained, not as a memory, not as something she needed to hold, but as something that simply was, present in each step, each breath, each moment of awareness. Evara walked on. The night gradually softened. The deep blue of the sky began to lighten at its edges, touched by the first, almost imperceptible hints of dawn. A pale glow gathered along the horizon, spreading slowly, gently, without urgency. The stars began to fade, not all at once, but one by one, as though stepping back to make space for the light that was arriving. Evara continued along the path. The air shifted with the coming morning, cool, fresh, carrying the quiet promise of a new day. The grasses took on a softer tone, their silver shimmer giving way to muted shades of green and gold. The world was changing, and yet nothing essential felt different. She reached another gentle rise, and this time, as she stepped to its crest, the horizon opened wide before her. The first light of dawn spread across the land in soft layers, pale gold, warm amber, and the faintest blush of rose. It touched everything equally. The hills, the grasses, the paths, and Evara stood within it, not separate, not observing, but part of the same quiet unfolding. She paused, not because she needed to, but because stillness and movement no longer felt different. Both belonged. Both were the same. Her breath moved gently. The light grew, and in that quiet moment, a final understanding settled not as something new, but as something fully seen. The path had never been leading her somewhere else. It had never been taking her away from where she began. It had only been guiding her deeper into what had always been present. The labyrinth had not changed her. It had not given her something she did not already carry. It had simply revealed what remains when nothing is asked, when nothing is held, when nothing is resisted. Evara took a slow breath, then another step, and another. The path continued, not toward an end, not toward a destination, but as a quiet expression of movement itself, a way of being. The light of morning grew stronger, spreading across the land with gentle certainty. The valley behind her was no longer visible. The labyrinth had faded completely into the unseen, and yet nothing felt lost, because the path that leads home is not a path that returns to where you began. It is a path that reveals you were never anywhere else. Evara walked on beneath the soft light of dawn, her steps steady, her presence calm, her awareness open and at rest, and the world, vast and quiet and endlessly unfolding, moved with her, not ahead, not behind, but always gently as one. And now, dear traveler, the story gently fades. Let the calm remain with you, like a soft echo of stillness, like candlelight lingering in a quiet room. If this journey brought you peace, you're always welcome here, and you can subscribe to Candle by the Sea to return whenever you need rest, comfort, or a quiet story to guide you into sleep. For now, close your eyes, breathe slowly, and drift gently into peaceful dreams.